beating inside your chest has vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. 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 Lick my lips as you walk away. There's nothing left except an empty space. Disappear without a trace. No memory leaves a dead aftertaste. Ooh, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. Ooh, you're dead to me. 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 You're dead to We're better off as strangers. Believe me when I say, loving me is loving danger. Your heart is bound to break. I walk alone in the night, neath the pale moon. Loving's for the fools. Baby, beware of my body. I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm a lone wolf. 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 I'm a creeping through the shadows and the corners of your mind. I go with the wind blows. I run but I don't hide. I hear the call of the wild. can't be tamed. My heart belongs to the night. I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm a lone wolf. 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 I'm a
stay, a life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us run to where no one knows. We'll never grow. We'll never grow. Don't look back, we're here to stay, a life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us run to where no one knows. We'll never grow. We'll never grow.
Hang on. Okay, the audio works and everything. We're good. We are playing on my PlayStation Vita today. My face thing is a little too big. There we go. Yes. Ah. Okay. After the story, Riot Rose, Tales of You Joyous Union and follow the events of Guardian Rebirth. The tale as yet untold concern events only hinted at in Guardian Rebirth. Tales might have been told from the perspective of Sherlock Holmes. Hang on! Okay, I'm back. Tale from that have been told from protective of fans. Okay, let's just choose the first option. Let's go with the Victor. Yes.
僕は罪を犯した。
I committed a terrible sin.
決して許されるはずのない
One that can never be forgiven.
償いようもないほどの重い罪を
A sin so grave there is no atoning for it.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい
I'm so sorry.
こんなこと
Okay, how do I save?
ジクテリウム
This is it. Victimize. That's not it. Okay. Here we go. It's Y. Okay. Yes. Okay, since we figured this out, it's Y. Okay.
僕は罪を犯した
Save. No, that's not. Save. Yes. I committed a terrible sin.
決して許されるはずのない
One that can never be forgiven.
償いようもないほどの重い罪を
A sin so grave there is no atoning for it.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい
I'm so sorry.
こんなこと
This isn't.
ジクテリウム
Zachrum.
それは僕が賢者の石を研究する過程で偶然生成してしまった希少物質
A rare element I accidentally synthesized while researching the Philosopher's Stone.
そして僕が生み出した罪そのものだ
And the very sin of which I speak.
このジクテリウムは人体にとって致命的な毒素を持つ最悪の罪
It was my greatest effort to humanity, a toxic affinity to the human body.
戦争の道具に転用すれば何千何万の人を死に至らしめる
If utilized as a chemical weapon in war, thousands, 10,000s would die.
人を殺すために使われるなんて思っていなかった
I
そん
never.
な考え
Oh.
は済まされない
I never dreamed my discovery would be used in murder of human beings. The very thoughts haunts me to this day.
僕はあんな危険なものを生み出すべきじゃなかった
I should never ever have created such a fearsome, terrible substance.
吸血鬼戦争での惨劇以来、そう思わなかった日は一日もない。
Every single day, such the close of the vampire wars, this truth has tortured me.
僕がジクテリウムを生成しなければ、吸血鬼が死に絶えることはなかったの。
Had I never refined Zacharo the vampire race, would not be facing execution.
僕の愛しい人が人と触れ合うことのできない孤独を味わうこともなかった。
And the one I love most would never have had faced a life of loneliness and solitude nor of human touch.
だけど
But
苦しむ僕に彼女はこう言ってくれたんだ。
as they suffered, she told me this. Thank you, Victor. I am alive because you created Zikarium. That's a fact that can't be denied. Thank you, she said.
僕のせいではなく、僕のおかげで自分はここにいるだなんて。
Not that everything was my fault, but instead that I was the reason she lived.
闇の中でもがいていた僕、その言葉がどれだけの救いになったか。
Writing and moaning, yo! Writing and moaning in a pit of utter despair, her words saved me.
きっと僕の罪はこの先も一生消えることは
I have no illusions. My sins will follow me and haunt me until the end of my days.
それでも彼女の言葉のおかげで僕はまだ前を向くことができる。
Yet, even so, I'll be able to look towards the future thanks to her and her words.
最初に僕がカルディアの毒を消してあげたいと思ったのは罪悪感からだったのかもしれない。
My original intent needs to rid Coroner of her poison and may have seemed from the tempting scenes of
自
guilt.
分自身の犯した罪を塗りつぶすことでただ救われたかっただけかもしれない。
Perhaps I delighted myself into believing I myself could be saved by erasing my sins.
いつの間にかもっと大きな気持ちが心にあふれたんだ。
If you want to be forgiven for your sins, go to Jesus Christ. Repent for your sins to God. However, before I was internally aware, I found myself filled with a deeper emotion.
彼女と触れ合いたい。
I wanted to touch her and be touched.
彼女を感じたい。
I wanted to feel her.
それは罪悪感じゃなくて混じり気のないただの僕の願い。
My wishes were not born of guilt, but rather the simple and earnest truth.
それが叶ったら今だから言える。
I admit this because they were graded.
僕は本当に
Ah, I truly,
本当に君が大好き。
truly love you. Well, I can't see any of the text. Maybe I can. Okay, there we go. Yes, it's lovely weather. Upon opening the door, brisk morning air. Okay, well, I guess we gotta do it like this. Upon opening the door, brisk morning air dance along my skin, and the sounds of bird song fill my ears. Looking upward, my vision is filled with a massive, expansive of boundless blue. Victor, you are forgetting anything you did. You did forget using the scope yesterday. The young man alongside a young girl faced his path and held London's detective. He since returned to the Rollo society social and lives together with the girl whose toxin is now nurtured. Victor, are you forgetting anything? You did forget the stethoscope yesterday.
よく覚えてるね。でもほら、今日は大丈夫。
Ah, ha ha ha! How did you remember that? But look here, I've got it today. And your handkerchief.
はい。この通りポケットに。しっかりアイロンもかかってる。綺麗なやつ。
You didn't disintegrate in Royal Society. Dismicate. The world's largest scientist academy and pride of the United Kingdom. The heart of many discoveries that have since influenced the rest of the world.
それも忘れてないよ。落とさないように紐でくくってあるし。というか僕、君にそんな心配されるほど忘れ物してたっけ？
You're fine right now. But when work gets busy, always. Well, a week before last you had your shoes on opposite feet. And the week before that, you wore sissy to work instead of your back. Sis. A Corey and a member of Lupin's crew taken into St. Germain's mission found with an injured leg which is now prosperous. He's a boy dog.
あの時は寝ぼけてただけだよ。ほら、夜に君が寝かせてくれなくて。
I stared intently at Fran as he protested in gentleness wildly, then sigh.
すみません。僕がちゃんとできてないだけです。
I'm just giving you a hard time. You're doing quite alright. We laughed together at that, and it felt good.
それじゃ、そろそろ行ってくるね。帰りはいつもと同じくらいだと思う。
Alright, see you this evening. Oh, hold on a moment. I noticed a cow licking poking up from Victor. Head towards the back and reach out to. Ah. I jerked my hand back as if I'd been slapped and stare at it in dismay. My hand. My bare exposed skin, no longer protected by poison-proof gloves.
カルディア、怖がらないで。大丈夫だから。
Cardinal, don't be afraid. It's fine. Perhaps he noticed my hesitant. Victor quietly took off his own glove, then gently took my hand and his. From there, he gently guided my palm to his smooth, boyish cheek. There was no riot sink of burning meat, no horrible sound of melting flesh, and no more fear of invadingly taking a life. Indeed, all I could flee was warmth, the warmth of someone I love dearly.
ね、なんともないでしょ。むしろあったかくて気持ちがいい。
Yes, it's such a relief. It seems like so little time has passed since I gained the ability to touch things. Victor, with infinite kindness, has tried to make me feel more comfortable about my bare hands. Whenever I get flustered, he reminds me how warm they are.
焦ることはないんだ。ゆっくり慣れていけばいい。今の君は普通の女の子だ。もう何も傷つけることはないんだから。
He's right. My body no longer generates toxins. Hawagamly white, a beautiful pearl white gem that carries out the role of hero's heart and signifies that it's transforming. From hologram to philosopher's stone, he had it as well as it produced the poison. The deadly pronounced gem, the hologram is now essence interact heart, but still it sparks emerald in my chest. All thanks to this precious man who claps my hand in his. Thank you, Victor.
どういたしまして、お姫様。
As if to gradually wiped away my fears, Victor gently massaged my palm. But, Victor, I am happy, but you're going to be late if you don't get going.
うわ、つい。
Victor, let's go off my hand. In a tizzy. I feel incredible reduced to let him go, waiting so much to feel his touch again. But then I glanced at the watch in my pocket and gave him a push on the back. Come on now, Victor, hurry. It sets a bad example when the Grand High Musky Musk comes in late.
そうだよね。とにかく行ってきます。
I wonder if he make it. Half giggling, half glance at Victor's and I bring my hand back to my cheek in the hopes of his warmth yet lingered. If only he didn't have to work, I could have kept on holding him. The door suddenly springs back open, as if the desire I just voiced summoned Victor back.
ごめん。忘れ物してた。
Huh? Oh no, what is it? This time, the house key? Your glasses?
そうじゃなくて。大好きだよ。カルディア。
Vic? And he's gone. It looks like he really did rush back just to tell me he loves me. Only moments before, he'd no longer have any chance of making it in one time. He came back, and he came back with a smile. At least he could have waited another second or two to hear my repeatedly. I puffed out my cheeks, then laughed. Now I have ever excited in the world to give him a serious what for when he's back. Tee hee hee. Don't you agree? He desires it, Sis. Sis has slided up to my feet, and I paused to pick him up before stepping out into the mansion. Right first, the cleaning, it's got to be full spit and polish before Victor's back. Exonia Victor, Supreme Leader of British Empire and a beloved loyally support marching who puts her nation above all else. The act of terrorism Her Majesty the Queen of England, Victoria, have been planning in relation to sacrifice her own life. From Tiesu, it was supposed to escalate into a war for British supremacy, embodying the entire world. The horrific embrace was only prevented after putting our own lives in grave danger. Ever since her plot was started, Victor now espoused principles of peace that aim for progress and development. Zactuum, a poison material that is said to be the procedure to hologram, to do its enhanced toxic. Perhaps in a gorgeous state, it was used as a weapon in the Vampire War. To prevent himself from making a mistake on the order, synthesizing Zaxugan, Victor had rejoiced the Roller Society Academy refers to practice for attempting to settle materials into a more complete state by transmission. Base materials noble, metals to its scientific findings, technology was able to advance dramatically. Alchemist, the general name of those research academy, many strive to create a perfect semblance known as the Professor Stone. He is a devotional to his research as the leading British Imperial course alchemist. No longer would he try to hide from the past. It could only have been a deciding he came to after much soul searching, but once his mind was set, he burned with purpose. I've stopped to take a quick breather, sweeping away the dust in St. German's chamber. Okay. One of the royal and noble ranks of Sosabur, there are other ranks such as Duke, Mixmene, Viscount, and Barner in the United Kingdom, and Francie Count is the third highest rank. This was Count St. Germain's mansion, where we, the members of Lupin's gang, had spent so much time together. All that remains here of our merry tribe are Victor, Sissies, and myself. The Count, Lord, and Master of the mansion is away. France, the great nation that is to rival the neighboring United Kingdom in power. Lupin is originally from this country. After legally signing the property over to Victor and I, he departed to Descent, France. This is why I spend each day taking such sculptor's care of the mansion. As I now free, it's my duty to do so. When everyone returns, I want them to come back to the Massey just as they remember it. I hope they're all faring well. As I continued about my task, somewhat absent-mindedly, I recalled the faces of my friends whom I care so much about. Lupin and Lupin remain partners, both seeking out something of great import. I don't know exactly where they are now, but I have no doubt they get gradually about enjoying the excitement of adventure. Deluxe 2. A boy succeeded Deluxe of the Vampire King. He vows revenge against Van Helsing for his clan, but under many circumstances, his ability under the care of Lupin's crew. Vampires, species that differentiate from humans, positive emergency, physical abilities. Notably, vampires in this game's world are different from the popular lore and don't suck blood, fear garlic, and the like. Van Helsing is working with daily strivers to protect the remaining vampires. A man who sought revenge and a boy king who was the object of revenge. The two walked a fine tightrope together. But being able to see them shake hands and work together towards a common goal is something I could never have imagined might happen. The friends I spent so much time with together here had all gone their separate ways. It's perfectly natural and I want to be rooting for them. But perhaps because our timing together here was so enjoyable, the mansion feels lonely and gloomy without hustling and bustling. I know I've seen them all again someday. I know that very, very well, and yes, Victor isn't here during the day either. I never knew how lonely being alone was. Tee hee hee hee. I apologize, Sissy. You're here with me. Sissy was nestling close by my feet, so I hoisted him up to hold with both arms, burying my face in his fur and absorbing his body heat higher than a human's. I felt my loneliness dwindling away. If you ever feel lonely, go to God. God is your best friend, and if any other if you got, and he would always be there with you. Sissy seemed to take note of something and sprang out of my grip. Ah, Sissy, wait. I chased after Sissy as he goes pounding off and ended up in the dining room. Are you hungry? I just fed you breakfast. I regarded him curiously. He answers with a single bark. A parsley I recognized sat alone on the floor, directly in front of Sis. Is this Victor lunchbox? If it's here, then that means if I hurry up and leave right now, I just might make it to the Royal Society before lunch. Thanks, Sissy. Well, we may as well do this together. I realize it's a bit of a cheat, but this gives me an excuse to see Victor. Hurriedly getting dressed, I tugged along the barnacle and bouncing Sissy, we set off and on foot toward the city of London. The skies are as clear as can be. London was all buzzing, but when it was not, I see an exuberant women strolling with a personality executed by a handsome young man. Voices blended together into a drone, children squealing with delight, their mothers half-heartedly chasing them for being so loud. If we had failed to stop the spread of Victor Mimin here in the city, that scenes that play out before me would not be occurring. Indeed, all of London would be a graveyard, a narrow porcelain. I let the fact sink in. Everything I see before me was made possible through the tireless efforts of my friends. I'm so glad we were able to defend this city. I smile at the exuberance of life all around me and make for the Royal Society. That was the plan, at least upon arriving at the plaza that fronted the society. Researchers delivering news I did not expect.
すみません。フランケンシュタイン博士は今外出しておりまして。
He's not here. Do you know where he went?
国政の方針を決める会合に女王陛下直々にお呼びがかかったそうで、バッキンガム宮殿に向かわれました。
Berkman Palace. A place in central London the place in central part of London where the British Imperial were designed. The scale was originally small, but because Queen Victor lived there, it became the official place of the British royal family. Or so it seemed. Wary on my feet, I finally arrive at the very nexus of the United Kingdom, Buckingham Palace. By rights, I should have left Victor's lunch at the Royal Society and went home, but I've come all this way. I want to see him. I'm momentarily taken aback. Such a finalist desire brought me to the royal palace. I cannot quit. Make out what's going on from this distance. But there are more guards than usual. The atmosphere is heavy. I'm not terribly familiar with how a kingdom is managed, but this meeting must be quite serious indeed. The overall mood did not suggest I would be welcome watching in through the gate. I suppose I have no choice but to wait until it's over. I mumbled this to myself aloud then.
カルディアか。そこで何をしている？
Van Helsing? When did you get back to London? The last I heard, you were roaming the country searching for surviving vampires with Delhi.
あ、今日ここに来たのもその一環だ。それより、お前こそなぜここに？
I thought I might bring Victor his lunch.
それでわざわざ宮殿まで来たのか。
Sissy whined at Van Helsing, who seemed to be misbold.
こら、シシ、あまり吠えるんじゃない。衛兵が寄ってくると面倒だぞ。
ヘルシング殿、どうかされましたか？そちらの方は。
I am.
私の知り合いだ。本日の会合に必要なものを届けてもらう手はずになっていた。
Van Helsing shoot me a look fairly pregnant with meaning, and I nod despondently.
ああ、そうでしたか。 申し訳ありません。無用な勘繰りをしてしまいました。
まあ、それがお前の仕事だ。通るぞ。ついてこい。レンフィールド公爵はこちらだ。
All in all, right. Thank you, Van Helsing. You got me out of a serious jam. I stowed that hat I wear outdoors in a pocket, and I follow Van Helsing as he takes the lead. But who's Mercurius relieved?
私とドラクロは2世が吸血鬼の保護活動をしているのはお前も知ってるだろう。ドラクロは2世はその一つの目標として吸血鬼の自治区確立を目指しているが。
Vampire Protective Policy. Protective measures for surviving vampires supported in countries driven by Delexi 2 and those of the new vampire factions. One of Delorious 2's aim is the establishment of a vampire's governor autonomy zone.
その講演者となってくれたのがレンフィールド公爵だ。私は2人の護衛役でついてきている。
Delighted place are that far along already. That boy really is working hard.
話に発展があるかはこの会合次第だ。確かフラも出席していると聞いたが、あまり騒ぐなよ。
Perhaps the summit had just concluded. Van Helsing had led me to the inner courtyard of Buckingham Palace. The atmosphere was changed as countless people milled about. As the attendance filled out, I was struck by how different they all were. Some with measured, stern faces. Others looking smugly self-satisfied. It was clear from the varying of expressions that opponents had just clashed.
フランとドラクロワは、あそこにいるな。
Vic.
吸血鬼戦争で君たちを絶滅の淵に追いやったのは僕だ。
Vampire War. Its official name was Island Substance, a genocide few vampire remains even before this war. I froze in mid-stance at the shock of hearing Victor stance this so frankly. Fish handling remained gardening silently, immobilized as a statue.
あの戦いで使われた毒ガスはジクテリウムを生成して作られたもの。つまり僕の研究が君たちの一族を殺したんだ。
そう 貴様があの死を招く霧を。
I was about to step forward, but Van Helsing placed a hand on my shoulder, stopping me.
謝って済むことじゃないのは分かってる。償う方法すら僕には見つけられない。
I am well aware there. He already read this.
でも、それでも、彼らの生き残りである君には、どうしても一度謝っておきたかった。僕の自己満足でしかないのは分かってる。でも、本当にごめんなさい。
Victor lowers his head reverently. Deli regarded him with a solemnity beyond his tender years. He softly shut his widening amber-colored eyes, and from a distance it was impossible to summarize what he might be thinking. I stand with his hands clasped, almost as if I'm praying? Prayer? The span of a 3 long deep breath. That is all the young king took.
なぜそれを世に話した？貴様が自分から言い出さなければ世が気づくことはなかっただろう。そのように傷つかず済んだはずだ。
それじゃダメだと思ったんだ。君と言葉を交わすたびに僕はいつだってそのことを考えていた。このまま隠し通すこともできた。でも隠し事をしたままじゃきっと君と笑い合う資格はないから。だから僕は
ならば顔を上げろ、ビクター・フランケンシュタイン。
Deli kindly requested was at odds with his soft tone. It occurred to me then that his smile had grown notably more mature.
貴様がどういう男かは世も知っているつもりだ。人を殺すために物を作るなど決してできないだろうということも。
74. Okay.
結果的には。
よせ。作り出したものに対して責任を取ろうという気持ちは立派だが、この罪を親にまで問う理由はない。世の父ならば、偉大なるノスフェラトゥの王ならば、きっとそう言ったはずだ。罪を遡って恨めばキリがない。だから、もう良いのだ。
ありがとう、ドラクロワ。
今さら他人行儀な呼び方をするな。世は吸血鬼の王であると同時に、我らは友なのだからな。
そうだね、ドラちゃん。本当にありがとう。
そろそろいいだろう。
Realizing the breath I had been holding in during the tense encounter, I began to walk, even Van Helsing sighs in relief.
いつの間にか父親に似てきたな。
バン、それにカルディアまで。
今のやりとりを聞いていたのか
？I didn't intend to apologize. But that was a very regular Danella.
おお、そうか。世の度量の広さを見て、改めて感服したであろう。
そういう反応をするあたり、まだまだ子供だと言わざるを得ないな。
なんだと？もう一度言ってみろ、ヘルシング。
I'm happy for you, Victor.
やっとまた一つ心の中で整理がついた気がするよ。ところで、どうして君がここに？
Ah, you forgot your lunch. I brought it to you, sis. Here showed me where it was. I held it out with a smile. Victor's eyes sparked when he sees the basket I'm holding.
ありがとう。さっき気づいて途方に暮れてたんだ。シシーも彼女の内定役ご苦労様。
I had made I had made the lunch just for him. I wanted him to enjoy it and eat it. We laughed together, joyfully, and Delilah conspicuously attempted to peek into the basket I'd arranged.
ほほう、これが世に言う愛情たっぷりの愛妻弁当というやつか。
愛情違うから。僕たちはその。
It isn't it. Of course, I put a door into these lunches every single day. I wanted them to make you happy. I make them because I love you, Victor.
いや、それはその、僕も同じだけど。
報酬の面前でのろけ話とは。夫婦喧嘩は犬も食わんとはよく言ったものだな。なあ、シシ。
恥ずかしい。嬉しいけど恥ずかしい。
After Victor got a fairly good ribbon. So, what's happened after this? What's happening after this? Are you going back into the Royal Society?
うん。この後、もう一度集まりがあるんだ。新薬の講習とか、結構重要な話だから。ごめんね。時間があれば、屋敷の近くまで送ってあげたかったんだけど。
Oh, oops. It's all right. I know how busy you are. Good luck with the rest of your work today.
お弁当、ありがたくいただくよ。栄養補給しないと頭も回らないし。
さて、我々もこの辺りで去るぞ、ヘルシング。血族たちに今日のことを報告せねばならぬ。
それと、ロンドンにも時々は顔を出す。その時は、そちらにも挨拶に行くとしよ
う。うん。二人が来てくれるの、楽しみに待ってるよ。
Well then, I'd be heading home. As I turn towards the way out,
おお、よかった。まだここにいたか。
a gruff voice addressed me, and I halt. Report Lanhar T, captain of the guard of the Para family, who void absolutely loyal to the queen. He was born a commoner, but rose ranks to his remarkable skills. He is among the queen's most trusted suborbians. Is that hashtag color 8 Leonard? Hashtag color O?
カルディア君、帰りがけのところすまんが、少し時間はあるかい？女王陛下が君と話したいとおっしゃっている。できれば同行願いたいのだが。
The Queen Victor with me? Confused, I look to Victor. His face seems to suggest he knows why this is, and he nods with a grin.
言っておいでよ。大丈夫。きっといい話が聞ける。
I follow Linhard as he guides me through the palace, eventually arriving at the Grand Thrall Room's audience chamber. I raise my head to the throne, remembering the conflict that occurred in the various room, in this very room then.
案内ご苦労様、レオンハルト。そして、久しぶりね、お嬢ちゃん。
The Queen of the British Empire smiled upon me with benevolence, an expression that seemed more gently than before.
突然の話で驚いたかしら。あなたが宮殿に来ていると聞いて、少し話をしたいと思ったの。
Well, yes, it was sudden and I was surprised. It has been a while, Victoria.
待て待てお嬢さん。英国を滑る女王陛下に向けて、まずは敬意というものだな。
いいのよ、レオンハルト。一度腹の内を晒している相手ですもの。隠すものなんて今さら何もないわ。
陛下がそうおっしゃるのであれば。
Why me then? Victor seemed to think something good would come of this.
いい話かどうかはわからないけれど、シュタイン博士とあなたには一度きちんと聞いてもらおうと思ってね。今、この国が大幅に政策を変えているのはご存知
？Yes, you're reducing military pressure on European powers, colonials for forging ethics, minorities shifting to policy of peace. It's all the board sheets in town Humble seems to be talking about. What a wondrous change of heart. In her Granity Mystery.
心境の変化ね。間違った表現ではないわ。実はね、私は事件の後、ロンドンの仮想街を巡って歩いたの。自分のもたらしたものを知るために。
Lower Town, a section of London where those of particular low income lived, and also home to the red light district because the area is typical ignored by soldiers. It is quite dangerous.
私の手で引き起こしたテロ事件の結果、町には人の悲嘆が積み重なっていた。爆発で住処を追われた一家、ジクテリウムの毒で親を失った子供、傷ついた町並み。この気候都市ロンドンを生贄に英国をさらなる強国にしようとして。
Still London, the capital of the United Kingdom, is surrounded by two gigantic walls. The skill of ASIC is altered apparently in my raid locations around the city. Boasts the world's most powerful defense force.
残ったのは結局、大きな傷跡だけだった。
Victoria's elegant features were twisted into masks of suffering. It was obvious that regret and sorrow had become a deep tension of passion.
だけど、私は同時に目にしたの。傷ついた町が、そこに住んでいる人々の手で少しずつ再生していく姿を。悲嘆に暮れてうつむいていた者たちが崩れた家を建て直し、生きる術を見出し、また前を向いて歩き出す。以前あなたたちが言った通りね。イギリスの民は、国は弱くない。
A profanation of European of many names include Great Britain and the United Kingdom. Its proper name is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The United Kingdom. Oh wait, what? What does that say? The United Kingdom? Britain. Okay. No, they aren't. Every single one of your subjects have their own powerful thoughts and beliefs. You needed needed to coddle them as if they were babies, and all of them can walk on their own.
そうね。子供の成長に驚く親の気分だわ。だから、私がこれからすべきは、すべてを好みで庇護するのではなく、民の成長を陰から支えることだと思ったの。突然の平和路線への転換が実を結ぶには何代もの時間がかかるでしょうけれど、それでも今はこのイギリスの行く先が少しでも良いものになることを願って時代に続く道を作るだけよ。
ご立派なお考えです、陛下。
Through Leonard stood behind his queen. He nods repeatedly, tears dotting the corners of his eyes. Perhaps Victor knew him so well she could picture this scene as she begins to chuckle, then takes a steady breath.
ということで、これからは大忙し。あなたたちが死なせてくれなかったせいで、泣き言を言う暇もないのだから。
If you need someone to whine and complain to, I'd be willing to lend an ear. You know, I might even be able to have Victor brew his special tea. It makes you feel so relaxed.
あら、素敵な提案ね。今度宮廷のティータイムにでも招こうかしら。それか、あなたたちのお屋敷にお邪魔しても。
If you choose in the former, I bake some biscuits and bring them along. Victor's jaw would probably drop to the floor.
その時はせいぜい驚かせてあげましょう。あ、それはそうと。
Following me, she said with a singing grunt. Grunt? Yeah, grunt. And a relieved wave of her hand. It is entirely approachable for me to be this close to the Queen. On her royal days, I glance at Leon hard to find an answer. And find indescribable. His expression is glum, but he makes no overt cries of denying, I suppose, I am allowed upon here. Flustered, I keep pace with Victoria, and then I noticed her cool interior eyes are sparkly with eyes mischievous.
シュタイン博士とはうまくやっているようね。
From the looks of things, you do seem carrying along quite well, Professor Frankenstein. Yes, Victor is always so very kind to me.
あら、優しいだけ？
Well, he's kind of yes, but such capable for warmth. He tells me that he loves me every single morning. No words of gratitude could ever possibly be enough. He just makes me so happy.
そう、安心したわ。心を預けられる相手がいるというのは本当にいいものなのね。
It is. I recommend it highly.
おすすめね。本当にあなたと話すのは楽しくて仕方ないわ。ああ、私も結婚でもしてみようかしら。
結婚ですと陛下なぜに突然そのようなことを
突然でもないでしょ。王族としては結婚と世継ぎ問題は避けて通れないものよ。
いやしかし陛下が婚礼
The hull of Leonard's body erupts into mighty shoulders as his usually rowdiness goes pale. Leonard?
いやこれは喜ばしきこと。陛下の幸福とこの国の未来のためならば個人の思いなど押し殺すのが騎士であって私は陛下の一の騎士として心からの祝福を
冗談よ。
な
落ち着きなさいな、レオン。結婚するとしてもそれはまだ先の話。今はこの国を安定させることが先決よ。もちろんあなたにも活躍してもらうわ。しばらく休みはないと思ってちょうだい。
女王陛下のご命令とあらば、このレオンハルト、神明をとして励む所存でございます。
Leonard stood tall, chest thrusted out in pride and stance, yet somehow the small on his face seemed more personal. After some lighter, more confidential chat, I make preparations to take my leave. With the grand Buckingham Palace at my back, my steps feel lighter than usual. So, that's what Victor meant when he said something good might come of this. I'd already heard. What am I saying? I'd already heard through rumor in the newspaper that the United Kingdom was likely to shift toward pacifism. But the fact Victoria chose to tell me directly felt like true determination on her part, which put me in a grand mood. In any case, I never dreamt I might be able to share a pleasant afternoon chat with Victoria, who had been a serious threat to us all, and had I just spoken to her about love.
その様子だと、シュタイン博士とはうまくやっているようね。
I am. Quite well, indeed. In all honesty, I'm very happy. But, no sooner had I come to that honest realization did my heart begin to quiver. I am happy and I could not be more sure. And yet I had come over with the sense that small but dangerous thorns may lie hidden in the path ahead, and I shudder. Sissy and I walked at the Sissy and I walked at the casual pace, the setting sun casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Sissy, why don't we take the long way home today? Perhaps it had been Victoria's words that surprised me to take this leisure walk. It was just as she had said. The city of London was at long last a peaceful, thriving place. Once again, I passed a boyish group of students engaged in friendly debate. And here is a part of young boys, probably brothers, dashing excitedly about. they're an elderly couple enjoying the sunset together on a beach, both with cats perching lazily on their laps. I wonder if Victor and I will be like that someday. Perfectly sincerely. Many years from now, a future full of comfort and tranquility after all that needs doing has been accomplished. Will that day ever arrive? I tried for moments to concern on that. I'm imagined, but it refused to manifest. From frowning to myself, I chased after Sissy, who had run off ahead. When one's every day is quiet and calm, that stands gratitude becomes the norm. And this twilight early evening was the very definition of such days. Victor had returned from his work, and where we sharing a late tea in my bed chamber.
カルディア、どうしたの？さっきからぼーっとしてるけど。
Startled out of my reserve, I look at him. My tea had already grown cold. I had been gripping the cup with both
体
hands.
調がおかしいなら一度詳しい検査をしてみるけど。
Ah, I'm fine. Completely fine. And it wasn't a lie. Physically, I felt fine. I gulped down the rest of my tea as if to added further emphasis to the statement.
そう。昼間でも、もしおかしいと思ったら、すぐに教会を訪ねて構わないからね。仕事中だとか、変な遠慮はいらないから。僕の心配しすぎかもしれないけど。
Victor reaches out to comfort me, placing a dainty kiss on my cheek.
やっぱり、君のことが大切だから。大事な恋人だしね。
Thank you, Victor. I pressed a palm against my chest and take a deep breath. Could it be the reason I feel so anxious sometimes is simply because I am unused to being so happy? rising in the morning, seeing Victor off, taking care of housework, greeting him when he returns. Unlikely days spent with one other, calm and happy days. That I can't help but wonder how long they will continue. How long can they continue?
ねえ、やっぱり少し調子が。
A guest, someone from the society?
うん。かもしれないね。ちょっと見てくるよ。
Neither of us could have imagined how thoroughly and completely wrong we were.
お久しぶりです。フラン。そして、カルディアさん。
Saint Germany? Who should show up at our doorstep? His doorstep but one. Of one of our gag count, Saint Germany.
伯爵、ご無沙汰してます。元気そうで何よりだ。ええ、そちらもお変わりなく。急な来訪で驚かせてしまいましたね。
Hardly, I only wish you sent word beforehand. I would have made something special.
それはまた今度の楽しみにとっておくとしましょう。伯爵は仕事でフランスに行っていたんですよね。もう落ち着いたんですか？ええ、そうですね。そんなところです。
So, you be able to be staying for a while? I keep the rooms ready. You can settle right now in...
ゆっくりしたいのは山々ですが、長いはできそうにありません。本当はこのまま全てが平穏に済めばと願ってやまなかったのですが。
Oops. Hang on! Saint Germany, did something happen? Okay. A heavy silence descends upon the drawing room. Saint Germany stood up with bowed head for some time. At the length he lifted his gaze to meet ours, and there was pain in it.
実はあなた方に会ってほしい人がいます。いえ、あるいは向き合わなければならない相手と言うべきなのかもしれませんね。
Our mysterious friend faced a redeemed Graham as he bade Victor and I leave the mansion. Screenly, a word passed between us on the way to whatever we were going to. We walked almost the entire distance in silence, only to arrive at Tower Bridge, the bridge that crosses the river. Team is quite famous for how it opens and crosses whatever ship passes by horizontally. It was completed in 1894, but it was ahead of of its time in the game's setting where Isaac deserved it. Twin Bridge, Tower Bridge. Night winds pass through the strains and gardens of London's guidest bridges, keeping irregularly beneath the stairs and so high above city its crescent diner was reduced to a low rhythmic echo.
妙だね。誰もいない。この時間でも人ぐらい通りそうなのに。
And it isn't only lack of passersby just standing atop the bridge marks me in my chest. Feel potent like brow strings. So taut that it might snap into should we make the wrong move. When who is this person you want us to meet?
じきに来ますよ。
Mere moments after Saint Germany uttered these words, the sounds of city below simply ceased. A press's metallic clanking handled the arrival of Mashishi figured a white knight. The figure stood out against the black of night, so starkly one could scarcely believe it armor did not replicate light.
騎士。
A knight that armor, I am sure I have seen it somewhere before.
サンとあなたが出会って以降、私はずっとあなたたちを監視していた。どこかで見かけた可能性は否定できない。
The voice that resonates forth from the figure's helmet is internally at odds with its dominator of presence, a woman. Victor and I looked at each other, mouths agasp.
監視？僕たちのことを。
詳しい事情は私からお話しするわ。
Allow me to explain the details if you would. The impossible night yields, followed by increasable squealing of small-wheeled Victor echoing across the bridge. Seeming to coils from the darkness, sight even more baffling than that of the night, an elderly woman in a wheelchair. The sharp essence gladly of her eyes, however, could hardly be termed elderly.
はじめまして、フランケンシュタイン博士。そして、アイザックの呪われた娘。
Why do you know that name? My entire body goes cold. It feels as though invisible ghostly hand had stroked the length of my back.
あなたは一体。
その様子だと、サムはまだ何も話していないのね。
The old woman draws closer to us. A faint smile played about her lips. Somehow the wheelchair seemed to have moved of its own according.
私の名はオムニブス。イデアというある組織の総帥を務めているよ。
An old lady who leads the secret society known as Idea. She has assisted by those called apostles and possesses a supernatural power to see the future. Omnismi. Idea, a mystery organization headed by a woman named Omnismi. They fashion themselves as overseers of history and claim to guide the path of humanity. Idea, hearing the name once again, the familiar ring tinged with traced brought my memories back in full force.
運命の代行者、歴史の導き手、さまざまな呼び名がありますが。ああ、それよりも、イデアの使徒、そういえば、ご理解していただけますか？
Apostle of an idea, the member of an idea, socialized whose role is the overseer of main history. There are 13 members at present, each possessing capabilities far beyond those of an order person. $54. Okay. I feel we have been drawing in this, sir, and again a cold shiver passes through me. I move closer. I move closer toward Victor, who embraces me from behind, and steel myself against these apostles as best as I can.
そう警戒しなくてもいいわ。今、私たちに敵対の意志はない。
なら、教えてほしい。イデアというのは、一体何者なんです？
私たちを示す言葉は数多いわ。歴史の管理者、運命の導き手、人の世を正すの。この世界が間違った歴史を歩まぬよう、人を正しき流れへと導く存在。それが私たちイデアという組織よ。そしてここにいる騎士ギネビアやあなたたちと行動を共にしていたサンもイデアの使徒の人。
Jenna Junie Ever. One of the ideas apostle is difficult to imagine through her thick armor, but inside is an actual fair and slender woman.
O 二人には騙すような形になってしまい申し訳ありません。
I am gravely ashamed. Oh, wait. Sans Germany ever present smile is clearly pained. So decided did he seem one might forget he was capable of the bone-chilling resonance grin he displayed in the undergarage lab. He never wishes to be caught out like this. The ache and outward pleasant smell spoke volumes.
人の世を導く存在だなんて、にわかには信じがたいけど。仮にその言葉が事実だとして、そんな人たちがどうしてここに？
今日はね、博士。あなたに軽い忠告と提案をしに来たのよ。
With that, the old woman calling herself Omnimus nodded at the thoroughly dumbfounded What am I saying? With that, the old woman calling herself Omnimus nodded at the trembling dressed Victor, then at dreadfully propping her.
大英帝国宮廷錬金術師筆頭官ビクター・フランケンシュタイン。当代きっての天才と謳われるあなたの頭脳から生まれるものはいずれアイザックをも超える可能性がある。
僕がアイザックを。
Oh, sometimes I've been getting up and going to the side. It's like sometimes, my back gets sweat or something like that. If I fix, fix myself, Because sometimes if I sit in the chair too long, it bothers me, so I get up for a couple of moments and things like that. So yeah.
そう。あなたはすでに神の御業に手が届くまで、あと少しの領域まで来てしまっている。だけど、アイザックが禁忌に触れ、何を生み出してしまったかは、あなたも知っているはず。
For the briefest of moments, Victor's eyes darted towards mine. Responding to this unspoken plea, I grip his hand firmly in mine.
だからこそ、私たちは今、ここで忠告に来た。科学技術が不要だとまでは言わない。あなたが研究を続けることを止めもしない。 ただよく考えてから手を伸ばしてほしいの。取り返しがつかなくなる前に。
オムニブスでしたね。あなたに言われるまでもありませんよ。
Still holding Victor's hand firmly in mine, I feel his pulse quickling with propose.
僕は良かれと思って研究したことを利用され、たくさんの人を殺め、傷つけた。だから、もう二度と間違いは犯さない。何かを作るのなら、それに見合う覚悟と責任が必要だって学んだから。
賢い答えね。さて、忠告はこれで終わり。ここからが本題になるのだけれど。
Arminius, wearing a self-satisfied smile, shifted her gaze from Victoria to me. I could not imagine why, though the old woman is of a gentle manner. Her true intentions remain completely apocryphal. I found that the oddly terrifying
アイザックの呪われた娘、カルディア。現在、ホロロギウムはほぼ活動を休止し、あなたは人として生きているけれど、私の見立てが正しければ、あなたが胸に抱く猛毒の宝石はいずれ活動を再開する可能性がある。
No. The hologram, this myrrh stone I had finally been freed of, that once made me a toxin monster. The poison might come back.
ふざけるな。そんなことありえない。あらゆる計測法を用いて確認しても、彼女のホロロギウムは安定してる。10年単位で見たところで、活動再開の可能性は確実にゼロだ。
His face a mask of anger. Victor balls his hands into fists, barking out his words. In sharp contrast, so the engaged young professor on me nods simply.
今のところね。これはあくまで100年、1000年先の話。
Then that means there are no problems.
そう。普通の人間なら関係ない。
The old woman's words are like a blade, serving our hope. My breath itches, so does Victor's. Her ears were full of pity, not Maclus's. Somehow that made it even worse.
気づいたかしら。その身から毒が失われても、あなたの体は本質的に人と異なっている。心臓の食事も本来は不要。そんなあなたの寿命がどのぐらいかは私にもわからないけれど。数百年、あるいは1000年以上にわたって生き続ける可能性も否定できない。
Stop!
今、あなたの隣にいる博士の寿命はせいぜい50年足らず。
I don't want to think about this.
この意味がわかるかしら。
Ah. I've been trying desperately not to think about this. The unthinkable suspicion I had been harboring mortally was ripped out of me. My soul screamed in slight agony.
何が言いたいんだ。いくらあなたが伯爵の知り合いでも、これ以上彼女を追い詰める気なら。
そんなに睨まないでちょうだい。私はただあなたに選択肢を与えたいだけなの。フランケンシュタイン博士、サンギネビア同様、あなたにはイデアの使徒になる資格がある。
Victor is...
なんだよ、それ。どういうことだ。僕に、あなたたちの組織に入れっていうのか。
ええ、歴史の管理という役目を果たすため、イデアの使徒は不死の体を与えられる。
Immortal, a being that cannot die. Ideas apostle fall under the definition.
ここにいる二人も 数百年、数千年にわたる長い歴史を生き続けている。
All at once, her cryptic statements crashed together in my mind, and I understood all she had been getting at. If I understand it, then so did Victor. I reached out to take his arm, and he jerked violently at my touch.
人になるには魂の資質が必要。あなたの他の3人の仲間にはそれがない。これはあの中で唯一あなただけが望めば手にできるのよ。
僕、無限の時間を彼女と。
Victor's eyes darted about, hesitant, considering. He opens his mouth to reply, but Saint Germany coolly steps in, preventing a rash response.
オムニバス。都合のいいことだけを吹き込むのはフェアとは言い難いのでは。
ええ、わかっているの。ギネビュー、お願いね。
フランケンシュタイン博士、後の誤解を招かぬように言っておくが、イデアの使徒は不死の実を得る代わりにその後の人生のすべてをイデアのために使うという責務を負うことになる。私たちイデアは人の世を正すことで罪なき人々を災いから守る組織。その最大の任務は人の息をはみ出し災禍をもたらす者への粛清。
つまりイデアの使徒の任務とは世界のために人を殺すことに他なりません。
An unspeakable high price for more to neither I nor Victor can speak. For once, I am completely and utterly speechless.
今、あなたには2つの道がある。ここで私たちの仲間、イデアの使徒となり、その子と共に永劫の時を生きていくか。それとも人として生きることで、いずれ彼女を一人残して行く道を選ぶか。あなたはどち ちらを選ぶのかしら。
A trickle of cold sweat runs down Victor's cheek. This person, Omnibus, does not seek to deceive us. That much is clear. She speaks the truth. It was this matter of factness. This made it so awful, crudely so deeply frightened.
一つ聞かせてほしい。世界に災禍をもたらす者の抹殺がイデアの役割と言ったけれど、ここにいる彼女カルディアはその対象に含まれてるんですか？
その通り。ホロロギウムは危険すぎる。故にもともとは3に抹殺をさせる予定だ。
Saint German, is that true?
その通りです。私もイデアの一員として世界が滅ぶ要因となり得るその全てを消し去る責務がありますから。
今はサンの訴えと博士がホロロギウムを休止させたことで保留ということにしているけれど、
40, okay. No.
再びその宝石に猛毒が宿る日が来れば、その時はもう容赦はしない。
少し考える時間が欲しい。
Omnis released a faint sigh. It seems at least she does acknowledge Victor's struggle with the decision.
ならば、3日間、あなたに時間をあげる。その間に、イデアに入るか、人としての命を全うするか、そう、よく考えなさい。
The old woman takes one pointed look at each of us before her wheelchair slowly begins to turn away. Then, without a sound, the figures of Omips and Glavely melt into darkness. Though sound had returned, the bridge remained discord silent. Victor and I were in a state of total shock. We could not even groan, let alone form coherent words.
申し訳ありません。できればあなたたちには何も背負わせず幸せになってほしかった。それなのにこんな形になってしまい本当に
伯爵、あなたがフランスに行っていたというのは嘘だったんですね。本当はあのオムニブスの元を訪れて僕たちに干渉しないように働きかけてくれた。違いますか？
やめてください。仮にそうだったとしても失敗した以上何の意味もありませんよ。
No, it wasn't meaningless at all. You had every chance to kill me, with no debate whatsoever. You're the reason she offered Victor, this chance, right?
それに、これはきっといずれ僕たちが向き合わなくちゃならない、避けては通れない問題ですから。
Saint Germany's expression wavers, and he drops the deliberate smile that serves as his usual mask. The apostle of idea looks down, mumbles softly, then raises his head. This time, his smile is clumsy and wholly generate.
お二人は本当に強くなりましたね。ならばせめて祈らせてください。どうかあなたたちに正しい答えが見つからんことを。
カルディア、僕たちも屋敷に帰ろう。
I tried to respond, but I am unable. My mouth feels glued shut. We depart. We depart the bridge in silence, a chill night breeze at our backs. Even after clambering into bed, back at the mansion, sleep refuses to take me. Thinking perhaps the bracing night air may do me good, I step out into the courtyard. Isaac accused daughter born into a form that was less than human. Even though the poison within me had been nullified, I only looked like a normal girl.
怪物なのだか。
It is just as my father said. You are a monster. I always knew. I always knew, or at least I thought I did. Coming to this, realizing a new feels like an ice danger thrust through my heart. Attempted to seek out some sort of warmth. I wrapped my arms tightly around myself.
カルディア、ここにいたんだね。
Victor? I'm sorry, I just couldn't sleep.
僕もだよ。なんだか目が冴えちゃってね。
Victor said this matter-of-factly, and the smile on his face was entirely genuine. How can he be smiling at a time like this? There is no positive way I could even muster one of my own. Aren't you worried? The choice that woman thrust on you, it's unthinkable.
悩んでないと言ったら嘘になるよ。だけどね。
Victor cups my cheek with his palm, a signature gesture. A gesture that signifies everything will be alright. A gesture that suffers me with warmth.
どうせ考え込むんだったら、その時間も君のそばで悩もうと思ったんだ。ほら、前に言ったでしょ。少しでも長く君と一緒にいたいんだって。
He's so deep down. Victor must be even more worried than me. Yet even now, he's so gentle, so caring. I began to tremble. Tears well up, unbidden, blurring my view of the garden. Thoroughly and undone by Victor's unwavering kindness, I can't keep silent. What am I saying? Throughout undone by Victor's unwavering kindness, I can keep silent no longer. Victor, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. I'm angry, and I'm scared. You don't know how awful it feels like knowing that your entire future might be ruined, that it's all my fault. You don't know how frightened frightening it is to know my poison might come back someday. That I'd lose this, I'd lose you. I've grown weak. I used to be stronger. I was stoned being labeled a monster by all who met me. The solitary of nights spent alone in that disparate mansion. But my current self, I can hardly bear though I may find myself in that situation again someday. It doesn't even matter that it may not come to pass for centuries. The anxiety, the fear, the sadness, the loneliness, all these horrible emotions rolling about in my chest. I squeeze Victor's hand as if I could cling to him for safety. He places his other hand atop mine, infinitely kind.
大丈夫。安心して。絶対に君を怪物に戻したりするものか。たとえ何百年、何千年先の話でも、僕がそんなことさせやしない。
His words so familiar, he had made me virtual the same promise once before.
させないよ。僕が絶対にそんなことさせない。君をこのまま死をまき散らす怪物になんて絶対にさせない。君は優しい女の子だ。怪物なんかにさせてたまるか。
But unlike all those months ago, I sense a tiny amount of uncertainty in his words that is unable to hide. My tears gaslight me in the moonlight, and the silence is broken only by my sobs. Victor held me close the entire time, until at last I had cried myself out. He never said a single word about himself.
さあ、もう部屋に戻ろう。体もだいぶ冷えてきちゃったし、少し眠った方がいい。
But what about you, Victor? That's not what I meant. What was he thinking about? Had he decided how to answer Omnibus? My tears flowing anew as I asked Victor these questions. and he gives me a panted smile.
僕の中でもまだ答えは出てない。もっともっと考えてみるよ。何かが見えてきたらきちんと話すから。それまで待っててくれる？わかった。約束する。
Victor gives me the small of my back a gentle push, and we began to walk back inside. We are almost through the doors when I hear a most expected whisper in my ear.
僕は何があっても君を助けたい。これだけは確かなんだ。絶対に変わらない。
Is this it? It is this actionably sweet whisper directly that stays with me during the days that follow. I sit on a bench in the palace just outside the Royal Society, staring absent-mindedly at the ground. The 3 days of Nina desired to grant us had been far too short. Then again, considering how dangerous the Horglement once was, perhaps Idea considered 3 days a major allowance. He may not have admitted it, but we owe this grace period to Saint Jeremiah. Of that I am completely certain. And so it has come to this. 2 days and so it has came to this. 2 days have already elapsed, and it is all I can do to comfort her.
僕どうすればいい？
Oblivious words repeat endless, in my head growing louder with each passing hour. I must come to a conclusion before tomorrow, even when she expresses to hear her answer. But as things staying regrets will plague me no matter which path I choose.
君のために僕は何ができる？どうすれば僕は。
フラン、休憩中ですか？
伯爵。
Saint Jeremiah.
だいぶお疲れのようですね。私が言えた義理ではありませんが、心中お察しします。
お互い様ですよ。それは。
This man who shared in our days of adventure, our friend. Throughout it all, Saint Jeremiah had been acting secretively on behalf of an idea with orders to eliminate the hologramic mix. Our friend, our enemy, this man of two possesses, stood next to me and exhaled slowly.
あなたからすれば、イデアの立場は納得がいくものではないでしょうね。
ええ。特に呪われた娘と言われたとき、僕はオムニブスを許せないと思った。でも、同時に僕自身にも怒りを覚えたんです。結局僕は彼女を呪われた娘のまま変えることができていなかったんだって。
しかし、あなたは彼女の毒を抑制した。それは間違いのない事実でしょう。人形として生まれた彼女がぬくもりを覚え、人を愛することを知ったのは間違いなくあなたのおかげですよ。
そうですね。でも、それだけじゃ足りなかった。毒を抑制することに成功したら、これからずっと幸せな日々が無条件に続くと思ってたんです。そう簡単にことは運ばないって少し考えればわかるはずなのに。
It is true. Her body is not that of a normal human, being how long might her lifespan be? It may no longer than the average humans. That is a distance possessively. But like Omnis said, she might live hundreds, even thousands of years. Scientifically, I cannot rule it out.
このまま二人でいればいいって。それだけで幸せに生きられるんだって。彼女を本当の人間と同じように幸せにしてあげられるはずだと。気づけたはずの事実に気づかないふりをした。その結果がこれなんです。
ならば、これからあなたはどうするつもりなのです？
仮に僕に彼女と寄り添うだけの寿命があったなら、彼女を怪物になんてさせやしない。ホロロギウムが輝くたびに何度だって僕が対処してみせる。そして彼女が持つ命の時間を精一杯幸せを得るために使ってあげたい。
If I could truly do that.
さあ、僕はイデアに入って誰かの命を刈り取る役割する。
あなたは彼女を免罪符に使うつもりですか？ビクター・フランケンシュタイン。
Do, 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 do. Come on. There we go. You serious? My stupid face cam isn't working? That's what I thought. A little too big. And now all these cords are on my way. Okay, there we go. Sant Grimmad's words sitting all the worst for the measure tone in which he delivers them. I am at a loss as how to reply.
あなたが一番誰よりもよくわかっているでしょう。彼女はとても心優しい女の子だ。自らの未来のためにあなたが永劫に人を殺し続ける役目を負う。それを彼女が幸せに思うとでも。
なら僕に一体どうしろって言うんですか。僕が一緒に過ごせるうちはいい。でも僕が人として生きて死んだ後、残された彼女はそれからの毎日をずっと ずっと。いつか怪物に戻ってしまうかもって、毎日を恐れながらずっと生きることになるんだ。彼女が泣いても苦しんでも助けを求めても、もう僕はいないんだ。だったら僕はずっと生きて彼女を幸せに。
それはあなたの幸せであって、彼女の幸せとは限りませんよ。
What had he read into my words? After a lengthy pause, the Count continues speakingly.
例えば、あなたが寿命で命を失った後、一人残された彼女を私が保護することは不可能ではありません。私が監視という名目で常にそばにいれば、オムニブスも彼女の存在を見逃してくれる可能性はあります。
だったら伯爵、あなたに。
ですが本当にそれは彼女にとって幸せな結末ですか？
The Count cut my words off as surely as he used the blades hidden in his sleeves. As ever, his manner was even, quiet, but the timbre of his voice betrayed something quite unusual. Anger.
よく考えることですね、フラ。彼女にとっての幸せは何なのかを人生の先輩としての忠告です。一人で過ごすには永遠という時間は長すぎる。
I could not protect the nation. I have not concept of how many years Saint Germany has been part of idea, nor how many missions he may have fulfilled. But somehow I am sure the Count has lived a life longer than I could possibly imagine.
ルパン、インピ、バン、そしてあなたとカルディアさん。いずれ私は全員を見とることになるでしょう。楽しかった時間を時折思い出しながら、もう会うこともない仲間を忍び、それでも生きねばならない。その苦しみを考えれば、愛も知らず孤独のままの方がある意味では救いがあるのかもしれません。
それは彼女のことを言っているんですか？
ですが彼女は もう愛を知った。今の彼女は決して孤独ではない。だからこそあなたたちにはどうかそのままでいてほしいと思うのです。一度得たものを失うのはそれが大切であればあるほどひどく辛いものですから。
Saint Germain's customary smile returns then.
つまらぬ自分語りをしてしまいました。
いえ、つまらないだなんて考えさせられることばかりですよ。
私が言うのもなんですが、人の人生はあなたが思うより長い。たとえ永遠の命はなくとも、この先数十年というのはもがくには十分な時間かと思います。希望はまだ途絶えてはいないはずですから。
Saint Germany abruptly slips away from me, then putting distance between us quickly. It's obvious he hopes that I will discover the answer for myself.
伯爵、ありがとうございます。
He makes no reply but shows me one last servant smile, and with that he is away, tailcoat fluently in the wind. I doubt it. I doubt very much he had intentionally of speaking about himself or his past. And yet he trust me enough. He was acting not as an apostle of an idea, but as a friend. I like to believe I know human nature well enough to be sure. Will I become an apostle of an idea and embrace her with blood-stained hands? Or live and die as a human, leaving her alone with poison that might remerge?
まだどちらかの道しか選べないなんて結論は早すぎる。
I still haven't found my answer. All I know with any certain is this: I am not about to give up. For her sake, and for mine.
Sate, ギネビア。もう監視は結構です。
忠告しておくわ、サン。 勝手な行動はしない方が身のためよ。
おや、勝手な行動とは？私は知人と親睦を深めに行っただけですね。
そんな言葉が通じる相手ではないとあなたもよく知っているでしょうに。オムニブスは最も古き使徒の一人であるあなたを失いたくないと思っている。だからこそある程度の自由は与えられているけれど、それでも限度というものがあるわ。
ええ、私の言葉を受け入れ、選択の機会をくれたオムニブスには感謝をしています。ですが、私を仲間と呼んでくれた彼らに、私としても報いたかったのですよ。愛する人を失う痛みを知るあなたなら、彼らのことも理解できるのでは。
たとえ理解はできても、それに引きずられるわけにはいかないわ。私たちは歴史の管理者。世界を間違った流れに導くわけにはいかない。
重々承知していますよ。ただ、それでももう少しだけ世界が彼らに優しくあってもいい。少なくとも私はそう願っていますけどね。
Is that really the time? I ceased pushing my broom across the floor. Reading the clock, I see that it is already early afternoon. I saw Victor off to work early this morning and being to go about my chores. It was past the time I usually take a break for lunch, but hunger seems like a foreign concept to me today. Of course, it does, my body never needing sustenance to survive. Hearing myself speak the words aloud, I am struck again by the simple fact that I am not human. And what Almasma said, at some point in the distant future, the hologram imprints in my chest may stir from dormants and generate poison again. I know that Victor will protect me as long as I am by his side. But what will happen if I revert to being a monster after he's gone? Victor had sworn oath to me. He swore that he would never let me become a monster. Promise I would never be alone sad again. Yet, he never told me how he planned to keep those promises. Was he to become an apostle or die a human death? Which path would he ultimately choose? How could I ever be happy knowing I'd robbed you of your natural future? Poor sweet Victor, who still bitterly regrets the invitation deaths he caused when his research was weaponized. Poor sweet Victor, the most generalized soul I know. No, I can't imagine him spending eternal in service to an organized, determined he take human lives with his own hands. His suffering would be so intense no words could describe it. So what am I supposed to do? Omits 3-day grace period ends tonight. The hardly any time left to think. Sissy, are you worried about me? I had taken no notice of Sissy at all, but now I see his wandering around the room holding his leash in his mouth. Honestly, Sissy, may I have just saved me? If I had remained in that endless loop of worry, I might have eventually lost myself down a blind alley of panic. Let's go for a walk, Sissy. Leading Sissy along, I began to walk. No, it's the other way around. I think wherever I pause to sprint, it is Sis who pulls me toward. The city of London remains as peaceful as ever. The sky is a breathtaking vibration. Shout off deepens blue, or at least it should be. Somehow the centuries looks wet, thin, and hazily. The colors I know so well are too muted. The sounds of the city seem too distant. I feel as if I've detached from the world. Oops. Waves. Wales, the southern western region of the United Kingdom and a place of rich history. Lore, it is also home to the mansions where the hero Ron was born. This sense is not familiar. I have felt it in Wales, living alone in that mansion. This sentence reminds me of nothing so much as the endless days I spent in my room waiting for something, anything. Despite the sounds of city seeming distant, I notice they have grown quiet, loud, and slowly lifted my head. I find myself standing in the palace in front of the Royal Society, hardly usual as I typical turn here. Royal Guard consists primarily of elite units of British Army. Their main duty is to protect of the margins of the British Emperor. Family Leonard Harty is the captain of the guard that surprises them. But something is clearly missed. There are a great number of guards posted here, and far too many Katakers. Did something happen?
今日は陛下が王立協会の視察にいらっしゃっているからな。
Ah, Leonard T.
奇遇だな、カルディア君。
Why the royal observance? All of a sudden, was there some sort of accident at the society?
Mm. いや、最近陛下は暇さえあれば、積極的に町へ足を運んでおられるのだ。宮殿にいてはわからぬことも多いとな。
I see. I think that will be very good for her. Giggling again at how much Victoria has changed, I turn back with Sissy. But I don't make it very far.
待ってくれ。
I turned back around as soon as he held me and he stood to nightly attendance.
いろいろと考えたのだが、やはりきちんと言うのが筋だろう。すっかり機会も逸してしまったが。改めて君に謝らせてほしい。その説は本当にすまなかった。
You don't need to apologize to me if this is about calling me a monster. I've long since made my peace.
いや、それももちろんだが、我が輩が一番謝らねばならんのは、ジクテリウム貯蔵施設での件だ。
Now that's something you really don't to apologize for. At the time, our opposite sides believed in very different things, and we tried to stick to them with predictable results.
それは謝罪をしない理由にはならんよ。我が輩は陛下を諌めることもできず、勇敢なレディーに刃を向けてしまったのだ。だからどうしても謝罪と、そして感謝を受け取ってほしい。
Gratitude?
間違った道を歩んでしまった我が輩と陛下を止めてくれて感謝する。今この日々があるのは君たちのおかげだ。
He punctuated this with a deep bow and then a broad grin and puffed out chest.
我が輩も陛下も二度と間違えるまい。だからどうか見ていてくれ。君たちの守ったこの国の未来、必ずや明るいものとしてみせる。
His smile is so luminous, it's almost blinding. Nothing about his temperature suggests he has anything doubts about the grand future that awaits his beloved Britna. Looking indirectly at someone so readily happy was like staring at the sun. I had to turn my eyes aside, muttering a reply. You're so strong, Libertar. It's amazing that you can be so possessive about the future without any real proof. Your confidence makes me jealous.
それは逆だぞ、カルティア君。
はあ？
未来が分からず疑わしい時にこそ堂々と胸を張って言うべきだ。未来は降って湧いてくるものではない。今を積み重ねた地続きの場所にあるもの。だから今笑っていないことには未来に笑うこともできないだろう。ほほけた顔をしてどうしたのかね。我が輩が何かおかしなことでも？
Not at all. I was just thinking you said the most incredible things sometimes. Every so gently I place a hand against my chest. I remember the gesture well from before when poison permitted my body. It reminds me of Victor and how he strived to save my life, perhaps even at the cost of his own life.
僕は何一つ諦めないよ。必ずビクトリアを止めて、君も助ける。だから、一緒に来て、カルディア。
I enhanced everything to him in that moment. My decision then is priceless. Why? I know why all of us are alive today. And that means I have to go. Suffering alone, freaking and crying, relying on Victor to comfort me. It serves no purpose. And if Victor himself is still suffering over his decision, I want to be able to tell him what he told me so long ago. It was truly then, and it is just as true now. It's far too early to give up. Thank you, Leonard T. I'm going to go find Victor.
マッサマエ、シュタイン博士は今陛下と重要な対談の真っ最中であって。
I leave Sissy with Leonard T to help calm his nerves, and with the cheerful sound of barking reckoning quietly behind me. I push through the thorn and break into a full run.
ということで、蒸気機関に代替する新エネルギーについての考察と報告を終わります。どれもまだ実用にはコストがかかるけど、この中でも特に電気あたりは汎用性も高くて未来があると思う。
Electric tying. New energy that may believe will one day replace steam power during this period of the game. It has already been discovered. Oh Lord. But it has yet to be put on practice use on a large scale.
なるほどね。ありがとう、シュタイン博士。有意義な時間が過ごせたわ。あなたが王立協会に戻ってくれて心強い。これからも力を尽くしてちょうだいな。
うん、わかってる。研究してる方が気も紛れるしね。
今日は随分と覇気がないのね。まるで2年前のあなたを見ているようだわ。あの時のあなたは自らの研究の行く末について思い悩み苦しんでいたけれど、 今度は何を抱えているのかしら。
それは。
だから待てと言っているだろう。まだ陛下との対談中だと。
Vector!
うわあカルディア。どうしたの突然。まだ階段の真っ最中で。
Victor, I ignored his protest and prepared to ask my question with our faces mere inches apart, looking him right in the eye. Victor, what are you doing about idea?
ちょっと待って。何もこんな時に聞かなくても。
No, you had specifically said I didn't have to feel awkward coming to you at work, not even in front of our Soviet ruler. And in any case, it can't wait another minute. It can't wait a second. We mustn't waste any more time. I take an expansion breath and I resume speaking in the calmest tone I can manage. I am going to be frank, Victor. I don't want you to become part of an idea.
それはどうして？
The Murray thought of you being forced to debase yourself, keeping your hands dirty to secure my future. I can't stand it. I do want a future together, you know. But if you have to pay for that future with coin muted from your own suffering, it's no future worth having.
そうか。でも、僕の考えは逆だよ。君が泣いても、苦しんでも、助けを求めても僕がいない未来。そんな未来だけは、絶対に避けたい。だから僕は、イデアの使徒になる。君の笑顔を守るために、見知らぬ人を何千、何万殺そうとも。
No!
なんてね。
Victor seemed bemused. He was able to cut off further protesting with a joke.
もちろん、それも一つの道だった。全く考えなかったわけじゃない。でも、気がついたんだ。僕の幸せが本当に君の幸せになるのかって。
I've been fighting over the same question myself.
きっと僕たちはお互いを思うあまり真っ先に自分の犠牲を考えてる。二人揃って笑える未来でないと、そんな未来に意味はないのにね。
Victor's slight sigh is almost incredible even at this close distance.
以前、僕が言ったことを覚えてるかな？過去から逃げたら意味がないって。あの時、そう言った僕は今、他人に提示された未来を信じるまま、起こってもいない未来から逃げようとした。逃げるだけじゃ何も変わらない。それを君が教えてくれたのにね。
Well then, now it's my turn to help you. I can't have futures other people put into our heads come to pass. If you're still making up your mind, let me help you find your answer. We won't even think about the futures that went up with one of us, It'll be a new path, a third way. I want to help you find it, I must.
So れならカルディア、君に一つお願いがある。僕に命を預けてくれる一瞬も迷わないんだね。
It's easy. My future is with you. I want to be with you. Alive, and I want to be with you when I'd rather not die. But I need you there if I do. And if we don't wind up happy together, you do realize there be heck to pay with Lupin in the game. So let's start thinking right now.
やっぱり君は強いね。
Okay. that is gonna be it, guys. Remember, Jesus loves you very much. And remember to trust us with your entertainment.